What's up, everybody? Thank you for tuning in. Patrick Chooser, how you doing, dude? It's a real pleasure for the last stream, and yeah, I'll keep my streams available as usual. This one, there's a sample here that I've got from a pretty famous podcast. You guys might recognize the voice. So I'm not sure whether I'll be flagged or whatever for that, but I mean, it's such a small sample. So I highly doubt that, but we'll see how it goes. I kind of feel like that this track kind of needs something like that. I did use this in a previous track very long ago, but it didn't. This sample didn't fit the theme of that track, and I feel like it kind of fits the theme of this track a lot more. So I'm reusing it. Let's see. Keith Lane, how you doing, dude? If Psytrance was an animal, what animal would it be? I guess it's probably dependent on different subgenres, you know? Like, I feel like forest is probably going to be something like a frog. And you get certain, like, subgenres which probably I'd classify as like a duck, or I don't know. I wanted to ask more videos regarding bass lines for Sidechill. Yeah, I'll be doing some more of those in the future. You can check my music on Bandcamp. How did you know? Raver DK, like, how did you even know? Have you used the sample before as well? Yeah, you can find my music on Bandcamp, but I haven't actually uploaded anything new in a little while. So I've been needing to work on that scenario, which is what I'm doing today. Yeah, so I think we should work on some transitions for this track. I feel like the parts kind of move very quickly between each other. Also feel like it kind of needs a sample or two, maybe some melodies and that kind of thing. So yeah, we're just going to go with the flow. I'm going to show you the sample that I've got in here. We can work on maybe processing the sample a little bit. The cool thing about using podcasts, though, is that, like, there's no background noise. Generally, the stuff is pretty well processed and that kind of thing. So getting nice and clean vocals without any music and stuff in the background is always a plus. So yeah, we can maybe just look at like some more experimental ways of playing with these. But yeah, I also want to work on some melodies, like I said, and then also maybe we can load the sample up into Faceplant and maybe look at doing some kind of granular stuff. But yeah.
And these behavior patterns become so like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche.
Our Camp Schlamp, I believe nothing has changed since the last stream. I actually haven't touched the project. I wanted you guys to kind of see like it progress to its final form without stuff happening kind of behind the scenes. I think that would be cool. So, but I also did just run through it now, so I don't want to bore everyone too much. But nothing really has changed from the last time you saw it, I believe.
Behavior patterns become so like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche. And these behavior patterns become so like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche.
How should we go about this? Should we do something more like spacey? Or should we do something like robotic? What are you guys feeling for this kind of vocal?
And these behavior patterns become so like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche. And these behavior patterns become so like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche.
Okay, we got one vote for spacey, one vote for robotic. Robotic and spacey. Yeah, why not a robot in space?
And these behavior patterns become so like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche. And these behavior patterns become so like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche.
This sample is from the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I can't tell you which episode it's from. I think it's the one with Duncan Trussell. I know. I think it is that one. I think it's the one where he's talking about the whole stoned ape theory, and the theory of like apes that ate a mushroom and that slowly began the evolution to what we are today. Can you make a cool 8-bar riser with Faceplant? Yeah, sure. We actually do need to make some risers and transition type of things a little bit later on. So we can do that after a little bit of this vocal processing and stuff here. I'm thinking what could be cool is to create like a parallel stack of these resonators that each has like different filters that are like moving at random stuff. So maybe like different band pass filters.
Psyche. your psyche. So like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche. Into your psyche. And these behavior patterns become so like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche. And these behavior patterns become so like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche. So like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche. And these behavior patterns become so like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche. So like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche. And these behavior patterns become so like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche. And these behavior patterns become so into your psyche. And these behavior patterns become so like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche. And these behavior patterns become so like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche.
I think like as it like goes down, we can modulate these resonators decay like back down again, so the sound gets a bit sharper as the frequency goes down like that.
And these behavior patterns become so like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche. And these behavior patterns become so like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche.
Yo, it's like gives it such a nice like weird like texture here at the end.
To your psyche. 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 And these behavior patterns become so like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche. And these behavior patterns become so like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche. And these behavior patterns become so like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche. And these behavior patterns become so like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche. And these behavior patterns become so like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche. Into your psyche. And these behavior patterns become so like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche. And these behavior patterns become so like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche. So, like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche. And these behavior patterns become so, like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche.
Do you guys know about gating reverb tails? So you can get like the sound of a big reverb, but it doesn't like carry on, like the tail doesn't carry on too long. You can basically just cut it with like a gate plugin.
Into your psyche. Into your psyche. And these behavior patterns become so like tight grooves that are carved into your psyche. Like tight grooves.
Okay. What was it that was asked for? The Future Funding Masterclass with Dayton. He bounced it and cut the audio more effectively with Gate. Yeah, I'll get to that. Like, I'm just kind of experimenting and stuff now with the vocals, because I know like things might change within the future and stuff. But usually, what I'll do is I'll actually like cut it with like the scissor tool and stuff. But this is just a nice way of doing it, like within like a effects rack or something like that, you know. Risers. Let's do a riser. We can actually do a riser using a vocal sample, as well as some noise and stuff. We can create a couple of different variations here. I've got this exact sample loaded into FacePlant, so we can play around a bit here with this.
Tight grooves, tight grooves, tight grooves, tight grooves. Tight grooves, tight grooves, tight grooves, tight grooves, tight grooves, tight,
Tight. Should we do like a granular type of thing? Oh wait, no, we're doing a riser. So we could approach this in various different ways. We could maybe create like a loop, and then as it rises, it kind of like scrubs through the sample. Okay, it's a bit dirty. We can use this crossfade to like fade between the loop points. LFO, that's the one. It was an 8-bar. Somebody was asking for an 8-bar thingamajig, hey? Let's see, put in a shape like this, and then let's just scrub through modulating the start point here. We're going to want to set this to unipolar. Do you use iWish and Manipulator for vocal stuff? Kinda sometimes. I haven't really in a while. I find that the interface and the workflow is just a little bit, how can I say? It's a bit like carving into stone, you know? I feel like you can get stuff, okay, maybe not exactly the same and that kind of thing, but like having to like link stuff to other tracks, and it's just a bit of a nightmare. If they could come with like excuse me for a sec. If they could come with like a plugin that has all that stuff and you just load it on the channel, makes noises, to be a lot easier, you know?
Tight grooves. Tight grooves. Tight grooves. Tight grooves.
Yo, that is sick. So there's various ways that I usually do rises and stuff with this kind of thing. I could either, I think there's somebody outside making noise in the road, so they were just barking at that person. But actually, I do have stuff in the oven that I don't want to burn, so I got to go check on that real quick. But let me just explain my thought process before it disappears into the ether. You could either rise the pitch here of the sample. Or you could do it with a frequency shifter effect, which is really, really interesting. I feel like with a frequency shifter, you still kind of retain a little bit of that granular nature of it. Or we can go down on the pitch while we're going up on the frequency. I'll be right back in 1 sec. I just want to check my stuff in the oven.
psyche.
Let's see some of these questions. Can anyone suggest some free VST for a beginner? Vital. That's amazing. What else here? What is making that bass so juicy? I actually don't know. I made it in the last stream. Let's just have a look here what's in this patch. I think it's that non-linear filter. Just does sound super juicy and warm. Yeah, there's a disperser and a Haas on the mid-range and a transient shaper on the top. But then also like how I created the sound is pretty interesting. Like the transient of the sound is a square wave, but the body of the sound is a saw. Can you see how it's like jumping there? You've never seen Faceplant before? Dude. It's the holy grail. It's like, okay, Vital is great, but imagine Vital with like unlimited oscillators. There's a few things that like Vital can do that Faceplant can't, but I mean, the cool thing about Faceplant is that the developers are so active, like developing the thing. And the roadmap for like future features is pretty insane. So I'm pretty sure that Faceplant will get to the point where it's got all those little things that Vital has, but maybe not all of them, but a lot of the stuff. And I'm sure there'll be workarounds because it's just such an expandable like platform, you know. No, it's not a rent-to-own package, John Damage. It's just like a rental package, but you get the ultimate. So every single plugin that they've ever made. So, Faceplant, Multipass, Snap Heap, and then every single effect within those. What's up, Uncle Bat? What's that? Dimented D. But also, I believe, just to answer back to your question, John Damage, when you're on the rent-to-own package, you do get a lot of like coupons and stuff like that. So I do know quite a few guys who are on the rent-to-own package for quite a while and managed to get enough coupons to buy the bundle eventually for really, really cheap. So it worked out about the same as buying it over like a however many years period, you know. give or take. And they actually got another synth plugin as well called Kilohertz 1, but I've never actually even used it. I remember somebody posted. I've been meaning to. I mean, we could actually just like have a look at it now if you guys want. But I mean, I wouldn't be able to show you how it works or anything. It would be just me exploring it for the first time. But I guess if you have Faceplant, like this is kind of more of a kind of like homage to the kind of Sylenth type of thing. It's a little bit more simple. But it kind of does work in a little bit of a similar way to kind of Sylenth with the mod matrix and that kind of thing. But I guess for like simple melodies and that, this could work. So we could check it out here. Play around with a couple of things. How do we initialize? The 4-min filter in this thing sounds better than the one in Faceplant. What's going on here? Why have I not used this one before? Yes, yeah, you're right. The GUI is absolutely terrible, but I believe, I'm not going to say I believe it. It's kind of looks like it was inspired by Sylenth, which is just as fugly in my opinion. At least it doesn't have wooden sides. You know, software with wooden sides, that analog feel. Let's write a melody. I think that could be cool here. Was Kilohertz 1 free? My Logify, was this plugin free last year? Jeez, I'm late on the bandwagon. I should have been doing a video on it then for you guys. Yo, Depa Pachamama, thank you so much. Very awesome of you. Thank you very much for that super chat donation. This one doesn't have a sine wave. What's happening? Oh, it's probably the sub. does that melody sound like it's not working? All of those notes are in key. What's happening here? Or is it just me? Does that work? Okay, yeah. I think what can happen is like that thing can like play as like a loop, and every like few beats it can modulate slightly where we change that like C4. So what we can do is this is probably going to sound a bit weird. We might have to like chop it up in certain areas, but because it's kind of like a bit of a polymetric thing going on here anyway. But let's just play around, like let's say for example like 2 C4 and then move it to like this one, and then this one can maybe go there. Let's just play around a bit with this. Oh, that actually works really nicely. Dipper, Pachamama, no, dude, don't worry about it. Any support, even just watching, is enough of what I ask. I do what I do for free. So any support just means the world. That it's more of like the thought, you know what I mean? So whatever you can afford, trust me, I really appreciate that. Are there offers from time to time from Kilohertz? I really dig what they do, their stuff, especially Facebook and Multipass. Absolutely. I would say if you follow them on Facebook, like almost every month, like don't quote me on this, but almost every month they do at least 2 or 3 of their kind of snap-in things, which you can kind of buy. So if you like following for a little while, you can kind of pick up coupons. They do competitions as well, where you can win stuff. So if you don't want to buy like the complete bundle, you can kind of maybe get the starter kit and then start adding the like other snap-ins and stuff as you go, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, let me not forget my stuff. I don't want to burn the house down. Be right back. 1 sec. I'm hearing a cool like sub rhythm in that. That could be really cool, like a dum 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 kind of thing. Like, so I want to try isolate some of these notes in this melody. Maybe we can make like a different, just like a plucky thing to that same kind of like rhythm, if that makes sense. Yeah, it would be really nice if you guys could smash that like button. That'd be awesome. Batir, thank you so much. Or Bat IR. Gated female vocals sounds so great. Yeah, you should check. I did those in the last stream. Those are from Falcon's The World Suite 2. Chow Matrix. Jazz Dude is saying, have you ever tried Chow Matrix? Free weird delay fix plugin. Chow Matrix. Bruh. That is... that sounds so ridiculous. I actually just had to stop what I'm doing to check this out quickly. Yeah, this looks pretty insane. All I'm seeing is a GitHub page. KVR, where's this? An infinitely growable tree of delay lines. Each delay node, delay or parent node. What? Sounds pretty awesome. It's got an insanity knob. Dude, okay. Do you actually have to like build the code on if you download it from the GitHub? Can't I just... Fuck this. The internet pisses me off sometimes where it's like, where's the fucking... Excuse my language. Where's the... I just want to download this damn thing. I don't want the code. God damn it. See, that's... okay, that's the other reason why Kilohearts is so cool. For people that don't have the time to sit and read a million readmes before they want to get something installed, how Kilohearts works is like you download the installer, it checks your account, installs everything that you've got. You don't have to check like, oh, which plugin do I need, which one don't I have? Or, you know, it automatically checks everything for you, updates everything you need. So for people who have a lot of plugins, it's great because you don't have to constantly keep up with like which one is updated and wada and all that nonsense, you know? No, it doesn't have like a exe installer. Check this out. You actually got to build the code. It's like I can do it, like, but who's got the time for that nonsense? You know, I'm busy writing music. Like now, imagine it's like, yo guys, I feel like putting some drums in this. Let's go chop down a tree, start carving some fucking wood drums, and add some tablas. Eventually, in 7 years' time, you know what I mean? I looked in the installers folder. It's like, it's just got build Windows installer and install script. I mean, it looks like a great plugin. No hate to the guy, you know. No hate to the guy at all. Maybe I'm just being stupid, but I don't see anything here. What's this? Yes, see, it's just complicated, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's there in the bin, but it's like I already wasted like fucking 10 minutes on the thing, so... On a free delay, it's not even the final version, you know what I mean? It's like 0.4, the thing's probably going to crash. It's okay, guys, like, it's whatever, it's my fault, but... 1.1, it said like 0.4 something. that's the problem with the internet nowadays. Like, you looked at the wrong side of the site. I get it. Like, okay, I overlooked it, but it's like when you want to download something, this fucking like, why can't they just make it simple? Like, have a website with a button that says download, and that gives you the fucking install file. You know what I mean? It's like, I think a lot of the time people want to overcomplicate things so they can be like, like music production is for people with top hats. It's like, no, everyone just needs to just make music when they want. Not hit these brick walls where you got to read the entire website to find a download button. Hey, it's not about intelligence, dude. Like, I can build the thing if I want. I've got the software to build the codes and stuff, and I do know a little bit about that stuff, but I don't when I'm feeling like in the mood to make music, I don't really have the time for that kind of stuff. And like, even just like Vital, if you go to the website and you just look at it, there's like 3 buttons, like Mac download, Windows download, and Linux download. You know what I mean? It's literally like 3 buttons on the landing page. Send you this up on Discord. You're a legend, dude. You are a legend, Sidrup. Thank you. I'll check it out in another stream or something. But yeah, like, it's a weird thing. Like I said, no hate towards the developers of the plugin, but it's like one of those things where user friendliness is so much more important than how extreme the plugin can go, because everything is kind of based, like, especially with delays, like every effect is based on delays, so you can kind of recreate most of these things. I guess the cool thing about certain plugins is the way that they're packaged and the routing inside them and stuff like that. But you can do a lot of, especially with something like Kiloheart's Snappy. My gosh, there's this fly that's really annoying me. So yeah, I'll probably check it out in a later stream. You don't need any other delays. You don't need any other FX plugins, full stop, if you've got the entire Kilohertz bundle, because you can do all the stuff and you can like parallel the things and put like effects on the tails of the stuff. It's mind-boggling what you can do. Helix Homes, Dash Glass, do you ever use romplers or do you always create patches from scratch? The kind of stuff like, if you check the last stream I did like a couple of like Eastern instruments and that kind of thing. That kind of stuff is almost impossible to create with like synths to get like that really natural sound. So that kind of thing I really like using romplers for. But for synth sounds and that kind of thing, I think it's a little bit weak because you don't get the opportunity to like shape the sound as much. I feel like with romplers, it's kind of just like you get a filter on top, but I mean, you might as well just put in a filter effect or something like that. So you don't really get that much control as like shaping the sounds and stuff. So I generally recommend people don't use romplers because it's not much of a learning experience. You know, it's just, oh, this is the sound I want, move on. This is the sound I want, move on. So if you're that kind of producer and you like to get things done, that's probably a good idea. But I'm generally, that's not my ethos. I like to faff too much about with synths and that kind of stuff and sound design. So. Sampled kicks. The best one that I found at the moment is the Camphor Audio Kicks Packs, made by Protonica. Faturator, the stereo turbo, I think it offsets the phase of the distortion left and right, so it gives it like a bit more wideness. to see it on the screen. The Camper Audio, it's this kicks pack here. €30, and you get kicks in every key and a bunch of different styles. Old school Goa-like kicks as well as nice modern snappy kicks. So lots to choose from. Great stuff. Nope, it's absolutely clean, hey? Just loaded into the sampler track as is, sounding super tight. Protonica, he's been making music for a long time. Very good progressive trance producer. Old school progressive, full-on type of stuff.
Like tight.
The cool thing about it is, like, for example, what happened when I started this track, I put in a kick that was in A sharp, but then I managed to find, and I liked the sound, but it was sounding a bit out of key. I managed to find the exact same kick, just in a different key. So it's really cool for that kind of thing. If you don't have time to sit and synthesize kicks and then change keys and all that.
Like
How many filters do you need to get that perfect sound? Hey, I think this patch has 6 filters in it at the moment.
Like Like tight grooves.
Helix Homes, yeah, I'm actually using it in this patch to do a bit of like mid-range distortion on the sound over here.
Like tight grooves.
But I'll be honest, I've gotten into the habit of like doing everything like inside Snap Heap so that I've got like presets. So what I do is if I want to use multipass as like an effect, I'll load Snap Heap and then load a multipass inside that, because then I can save it all as a Snap Heap preset. Does that make sense? So I don't have to choose like, oh, which plugin. I can just cycle through all of them. Just a bit easier.
Like tight grooves. Like tight grooves. Tight grooves. like tight grooves formed into your psyche. Like tight grooves formed into your psyche. Like tight grooves formed into your psyche. Into your psyche. Like tight grooves formed into your psyche. Like tight grooves formed into your psyche.
to be right back real quick, and I'm going to let this loop for you guys. See you guys shortly. Yo, thanks guys. Yeah, smash that like button if you haven't yet. That'd be awesome. Sorry if I took a bit long. I was making myself a cup of tea. No worries, Andrei Dinov. It's a pleasure for making all the content. So here I just want to record this reverb tail like onto its own audio track. Then we can kind of manipulate it to create like a pad or something like that. Andrei Dinov, I'd like to release something on a label. What do you suggest we do? Fully, let's say, put together an album for release? It's such a difficult one. I think nowadays, a lot of the time, labels are looking for a particular sound or a particular style. So, for example, to be on a specific label, you'd have to write music to like suit that specific label or whatever. So, but also, I mean, in this day and age, like what a label brings to an artist is not much more than that artist can kind of build for themselves. Obviously, depending, you get like the much bigger labels and stuff like that that can obviously push your name a little bit further and stuff like that. But often they're looking for guys that are already quite big and are already building a bit of a platform. So I guess in the previous kind of decade, things were a little bit different in that. So okay, let's just say, like, for example, in the 2000s, if you wanted to release an album, outside of the sphere of psytrance, just like as an artist or whatever, you want to release an album, you kind of had to have a label behind you for the financial backing, in terms of like paying for the mastering, or if you do the mix yourself, that's a bonus. But releasing music back then was very expensive because you had to print CDs, print vinyls, all sorts of stuff, and so you kind of had to have a label back then to support an artist in creating an album and releasing it. And then things change a little bit, and let's sort of fast forward to the sort of 2010 to 2020 era. and things weren't really going the way of physical media anymore. Labels didn't have to fork out money for that kind of thing. So a lot of the time, what I noticed is things changed in terms of like what the labels were offering artists. They were no longer offering them money for releases in terms of like producing it better and getting it out there. Eventually to the point where, fast forward to like 2020 era, and a lot of labels that are wanting releases from artists are even asking them to front the cash for the mastering and stuff like that as well, which is pretty crazy. So, and now it's like we're at the point where, stuff is so competitive with social media and that kind of thing. I think a lot of the time labels are looking for a kind of a sort of cut and dry 100% investment. So they're looking for like an artist that they're like, okay, he's built himself a platform. He's already got 10,000 followers or whatever it is. So, and his music fits the style that our label is creating. So we'll invest in that guy. But at the end of the day, they're not really investing any money in the release or anything like that. It's all they're doing is they're putting their name on the release so that the release can get more traction. But I'm kind of under the impression that in this day and age, artists that have built themselves that big of a platform to be noticed by labels can just carry on doing it and building that platform, and the momentum that they're using could just carry on going. 10,000 followers is so much. It is, yes. But, 3 years ago, I had no followers on YouTube. And now I've got 30,000. So you can do it. Everybody can. But I think a lot of the time, it's this kind of weird thing where I'm not sure if... I wouldn't say that the labels kind of created this purposefully, but there's this kind of notion that... like this idea that like no, you can't do it without the label, so people kind of give up until that point, but they're looking for somebody who's already got that kind of starting momentum, and they can just add the cherry on top, if you know what I mean. Have to practice and get good, finish music and watch you. Yeah, I guess the idea is to just be consistent, just keep putting out music, wherever it is. SoundCloud, Bandcamp, YouTube, that kind of thing. Be consistent, follow things through, build an audience. I think also, especially in this day and age, music spans a lot further beyond just listening to the music. People want to know who's behind the music and that kind of thing. So creating a kind of open engagement with your fans or your followers is going to do much more for you than any label can do. Because, for example, 10,000 is a lot. Like, I get it. The whole like rule of thumb with the industry is that, if you can get 1,000 what they call super fans, so 1,000 people that would drop everything to listen to what you've just done, then you're on your way to success. And I think if you think about getting 1,000 followers, most people have that already, and they get to that point and they're like, I'm not getting found by a label or anything like that, and they kind of lose that momentum at that point. But that's the kind of tipping point when you realize, like, okay, this is actually, I can do this, you know what I mean? And often it takes so long to get past that like first hurdle that it kind of like discourages a lot of people, but things work, momentum works exponentially. So it'll take you, for example, maybe 2 years, 3 years or whatever to get that first 1,000, but then it'll take half that time to get the next 1,000, and then half that time to get the next 1,000, and eventually 5 years down the line, you got that 10,000 and they're all buying your music, and you have no need for a label to push you to, for example, 20 or 30,000 viewers on Spotify. That doesn't amount to anything at the end of the day. because those Spotify viewers aren't connecting with you. They're not like, you know what I mean? So like, for example, the guy just, forgive me, I've forgotten your name, that did the super chat, Depa Pachamama. For example, the $5 that he sent me, that just means so much because it's a direct contact. Like, I know that he's supporting me. You know, it's not like sort of nameless numbers from Spotify and that kind of thing, you know? So anyway, yeah, enough about negative music industry stuff. I think it's less about like, okay, do a YouTube, but more about just, you know, finding out where the people are that want to connect with you. You know, I know it could be Instagram, it could be, you know, Snapchat or whatever. I don't know or TikTok, or I don't know all the latest social medias and stuff. But yeah, I think it's about like opening up that kind of like that connection with people. So it's not just like, you know, because I think now there's so many producers and so many names. Like, for example, when I go to Beatport and I want to buy music, it's like, what do you choose, you know? And I end up looking through the list and I'm like, oh wait, I recognize that name. Okay, I recognize that name. And if you kind of like put a person behind that name, it's going to kind of make it a lot more memorable. So you could have a meme channel on Instagram or whatever, you know. I think it's basically like what I'm trying to say is like creating music, you know, as some people might say it's a negative thing, some people might say it's a positive thing, but sort of creating music and making it a sort of successful career goes a lot further beyond just making the music. You know, you've got to kind of find some other way of connecting with people, and through that, then they will find your music and stuff like that. Because also, again, you must realize people aren't going to CD stores and being recommended music. Everything is algorithm based. So if your algorithms are not as hot as the next guy, and trust me, if you're not putting money on Spotify, your algorithms aren't hot. The state of the industry is, if you're not paying, you're not getting promoted. So anyway. The kick and bass groove I made in the last stream. So it's like right at the beginning of the last stream. You can check that out. Cruz Alistair, I upload my song on SoundCloud and someone wants to promote my song. Are they asking you for money to promote it? Or is it some sort of weird platform that you've never heard of before? Because that's usually the case. They want you to sign up as a member on some weird platform. Yeah, you get these like promote groups where like if you promote other people, they promote your stuff and you give them access to your SoundCloud and it's all done automatically. It's a shit show. So nobody knows, like, does anybody actually like the music on SoundCloud, or are those numbers just bot based? You know what I mean? It's at the end of the day, it's like if you're making music like that, it's so hard to kind of get that connection with your audience. And so I see a lot of guys that are like grinding and grinding and grinding, and they just get like numbers on Spotify, and it's like it doesn't mean anything. So kind of like they lose the passion. I think especially nowadays with Corona and lockdown, it's almost impossible to connect with fans. Like there's no gigs, so that's an important thing, you know. PYC or PICE. Yes, it is enabled, but you don't hear. You guys aren't hearing the effect of this. There's 2 channels coming out of my door. I think we need a bit of a transition here, maybe a mini break. We're sort of at about 4 minutes or so we could maybe do like a mini break into like a different bass, and then come back to like big break with uber funky bass right at the end. What are you guys thinking? Does that sound feasible? Somebody in the last stream told me that I'm not allowed to do triplets, so I've been banned from doing triplets for the rest of my life. Sounds like it's like one note off in not a good way. Let's just see what happens when we shift it like this. Yo, guys, we're at 99 likes. Can you believe it? Thank you so much, everyone who has already liked this video. And that one dude who hasn't, please. I'm joking. Shot, guys. Should we try to do a proper like 4-minute thing with there was that Vox filter in this Kilohertz 1, which actually sounded really damn nice. So we can maybe try and make a patch around that. But I really, really need the bathroom, so I'm going to quickly take a run while I let this loop for you guys. And I will be back shortly.
carved into your psyche.
Helix Homes, what is that? UFS? Or is that UF8? Advanced Studio Door Controller. I wonder if I was about to say, I wonder if there's a mod envelope. It'd be weird if there wasn't one. Be cool is to like do maybe like an octave shift. How do we enter the value? I don't know if you can, so let's just try to get it exact. It's weird. Can't like get the value exact. I wonder why. Scratching. What's scratching? I wonder why it sounds like there's like some sort of LFO and something else in the sound. I think it'll be better if we do it like with a portamento. Why this and not serious? I don't know. Why not? Something different. Guys, why did you have to go and ruin a perfect sound? It was so good, and now it's like I just think of like Stephen Hawking orgasming every time I hear it. It's your guys' fault though. It's staying in there. We're actually gonna do a ooh as well. He's gonna go ooh. Oh gosh, here it goes. I think I actually want to get that glide a little bit tighter. But you guys know how this has to be introduced. It's like, it needs to be like a build up and then silence and then just, ooh. Yes, that's how it must go. Alexandro Macharo, please do. Please do, and pass it around the chat. I think they need it. Excuse me, what? Korg are making a door developed using the Unreal Engine. What? That's madness. Will it be open world? Like, dudes will literally come in the game. You'll be like playing your VR, and dudes will literally come to the like your house in the game and like knock, like, dude, check my SoundCloud. I think 5 minutes is long enough holding off that open hat. I think we can introduce it here. What do you guys think? Or no open hat? Are we going to go that progressive? Like no open hat? What's the call today? You guys can actually fight over that in the comments. Let me, I need to go get a refill on my water over here. I'm getting thirsty. So I'm just going to put this here for now, and then you guys can fight over whether we're doing open hats today or not.
carved into your psyche. Become so like tight grooves. You're carved into your psyche.
Here it comes. Robert, do you mean like a ride instead of the hat, or do you mean like going with it, or you like playing like a rhythm like against it, or what do you think? I tend to not like shakers too much. I find that they sound like a little bit noisy. And they often have stuff that goes a little bit off the beat, if you know what I mean, because it's not like a percussion sound, if that makes sense. It's like a bunch of percussion sounds in one go. I've got rides. I've got some nice rides somewhere here. Thomas Penton. Always good stuff. That could be cool. think here is where we break for like a bit of a longer kind of break. And then we can start working on like the final part. Just see how this will transition here. We can kind of break the grid a little bit.
Become so record into your psyche. 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 Record into your psyche.
I think what we can do is like break up that like melodic thing that's happening there, and then just like repeat it, and then kind of do like a break with nothing, and then repeat that like smaller segment of that melodic loop and create like a full sort of sequence around a smaller part of that loop. I think these grids go a little bit too fast, too much too quick. So I'm going to look at sparsing them out a little bit by just like muting particular channels and seeing which ones kind of like work together to create a bit more of a sparser vibe. Gabriel Vespoli, how's it going, dude? Yes, this is the same track from the last stream. Correct. Mzwai, keep NYE Go in mind. Nothing is impossible. True, dude. True, dude. Oh my god, this fly. If you didn't see that, Johnny Crowalo, Phase Plant is the bass. Hardware synths, yeah, I do. But just with production for streaming and stuff for you guys, it's just so much easier if I use stuff that you have, you know, or that you can get easily. Can you produce a Suomi? Is that how you say it? Suomi style track? I'd have to dig a lot into the genre. I've heard it and I know it, but I don't know enough of it to be able to just pull it off. You know what I mean? Snare lift. You're calling your cat, bro. I'm just rendering out this thing, and then we can see what we can do. Maybe we can check out that sample again, the vocal sample. We can maybe do some kind of granular stuff to create some sound effects and things in Phase Plant. Just see how it goes.
They're carved into your psyche.
That's the one. So you know what it needs though? Like, you know what it really, really needs? Like, you hear this like clicky rhythm just here. Now the next bar like doesn't have that clickety rhythm, but I think it needs like a squelch or something like at that rhythm. Ooh, Martin Loudspeaker, you know it. Were you here when we created that sound? Because if you weren't, then it probably sounds a lot better. Because you don't have the kind of weird mental context that the chat was trying to imprint. Oh my gosh, is it already that time? Have I already been going for over 4 hours? What? How is that even possible? I've got to be right back. Seems like the dogs want my attention. It is actually past their dinner time, so this is why they are barking. I'll be back in a sec, guys.
And these behavior patterns become so like tight grooves. They're carved into your psyche. Like tight grooves.
Today, do you mean here? We're in the key of G Phrygian. Blood Joanna 8. What is Gold Rays? I've seen it mentioned before. I'm just going to put in like a simple, like offbeat kind of progression, and then we can make the sound, and then we can go back and like actually put it onto that grid of those clickety things. What are you talking about, dude? Steven's got a girlfriend. He's got this Indian female Kafi Alap. Kafi Alap is Steven's girlfriend. Hey, you guys are laughing, but it's going to be the future, hey? What's happening here? No, I think that's too much. It's too distorted. Lucas Satin, how you doing, dude? Drum, bass, mixing and producing tutorial of yours. Do you mean kick and bass? I've got a tutorial, I think it's called Everything You Need to Know about kick and bass. I think it's about 30 or 40 minutes or so. And that's like everything you need to know. I think it'll help a lot.
Tight grooves. tight grooves. With tight grooves. With tight grooves. With tight grooves.
I'm on Cubase Pro 11, just answering Jason Brody 303. I was on Cubase Artist for quite some time, and it's decent. I didn't feel like there was that many limitations. There was a couple of things like you can't bounce to MP3, but I mean, to be honest with you, Wave is 10 times better anyway. So yeah, and there was a couple of things like track limitations, but I think it was something like 48 and stuff.
With tight grooves. With tight grooves. With tight grooves. With tight grooves. With tight grooves.
Yeah, I got all of them. The Polyverse plugins, Hartwig Holzhausen. I've got all of them, but I don't use them too often. I just find the workflow is a little bit weird with them. They're great plugins, but yeah, it's just a little bit complicated to get around certain things. So do you want to do like a send effect? What you do is you open up your channel. Say for example this. You just right click here and you say add effects to send channel. Choose which effect you want. It creates that. And then if you want to send a different channel to that as well, you go here and then you just choose, for example here, you can create a new send to that, whichever thing you want to send it to. like stops that, like just, it sounds like it's gating it too early, but it kind of like creates part of the groove. It's really cool. It might be cool to do like maybe some sort of chord, like on a pluck, like dong, somewhere there. An E, no, just R's and O's. It's starting to shape up, sounding good. Just rendering these little squelchy laser things out. Maniac Voodoo. Saludos desde Mexico. Mexico. Okay, Viva El Citrons. I don't know what that means, but I know what Viva El Citrons means, and I agree. Wait, maybe I can break that. Saludos. Hello from Mexico. Hello from South Africa, dude. That's the vibe. That's the vibe. It is like tight grooves that are being carved into your psyche. Yeah, it fits, I think fits this vibe much better than the previous example I was using this sample in. So yeah, I'm definitely going to keep it here. I think I'm probably going to call it soonish, like 30 minutes or so. I'm just going to be right back, and then if you guys have any last things you want me to kind of do or look into, or any questions, just add me in the chat so long, but I'll be right back shortly, and then probably do another 30 minutes or so after that. I think it takes a bit long for like this part to happen here. We can maybe shorten this transition.
Become so you're carved into your psyche.
I think here we can do like a small introduction of that bass that's going to come in later, like at the end of the bar here, just so that we establish like a tone or a key or something like that for this like progression of the bass, so people know like this something is going to change. Which part is the best? I think this, like that would be cool. Just see how this works. the Goa Dato is saying, nice C, that vocal is awesome. How did you do that? Do you mean the speech, the Joe Rogan thing, or do you mean the formant this thing? They were both done in the stream, so you can always watch back. I'm going to leave it up on my channel for you guys. But it's basically, I used this Kilohertz 1 synth because I figured out I've got it and I've never used it. And the formant filter on this actually sounds really nice. So I just made like 2 versions with like different formant settings and high pass filter settings, and then just created like a glide kind of MIDI. Cess, thank you so much. Very, very much appreciated. Super generous of you. Thank you for that super chat. Much appreciated. What's happening? Whoever shared this stream somewhere, thank you. I see just all these subscribes coming in. Yeah, I see. You guys are awesome. Karam Barj, I noticed you online. Just wanted to say your beginner Psytrance videos helped me so much. I'm now making music for a video game. Dude, that is so cool. I'm actually stoked to hear that. I really dig hearing stories of how I've helped or inspired people like that, you know, especially when you're doing something now, like in the professional scheme of things, you know, not just making music. It's a proper, you know, you can expand that into a nice career. But yeah, that's actually super cool and super interesting. I've actually been thinking lately I really want to get into making music for games. There's actually something funny, but I can't mention too much about it, but I will have one of my tracks is going in a game, but I will show you guys a little bit more about that, like when I can announce it and stuff. It's something pretty funny. But it would be cool to actually specifically make something for video games. I'd be really interested. So don't you want to shoot me an email? I'd actually really appreciate that. Maybe you can connect me with people in the industry or something like that. But my email is on my About page. I'd really appreciate that, dude. And I'm really stoked to hear that you're now doing it for a video game. That's really cool.
Tight grooves.
Hey, Maniac Voodoo. Wow, thank you, man, as well. Jeez, you guys, you're amazing. Jeez, I almost feel like I can't stop now. I got to go on a little bit longer. You guys are incredible. Thank you.
With tight grooves.
Oh, Thomas, what's up, dude? Sorry, I missed your message too. Whenever, dude. Whenever. Bring your system. We'll smash out a banger. Below the Stone. It sounds interesting. What sort of game is it? I'm not under NDA or anything like that, but it's like a friend of mine who's actually one of the developers. He's actually used to be a producer. Used to produce a little bit of psytrance, but mainly I think drum and bass and dubstep and stuff. He started making games, and yeah, but I guess I'm allowed to, but I don't want to give away the surprise because it's kind of not. It's not all kind of how can I say? It's not all worked out yet. So I think it'll be more cooler for the kind of surprise to smash. You know what I mean? Variations on that robotic vocal that would give a nice twist. Yeah, I was also thinking like here somewhere around the end, like a final climax for Stephen. Oh gosh, you guys, hey. Karam, you should check out also Snapheap and Multipass. There's some pretty interesting stuff here for like more sound designy orientated stuff, in the factory stuff. There's stuff for everything, but I believe quite a few people in that industry are using these Multipass and Snapheap. There's quite a few presets that are pretty cool for turning stuff into other stuff. Atmospherics, mechanical, yeah. Cool, I'm digging that. Yeah, so I think I'm going to call it a day soonish. I'm going to give it maybe... let me call it here. I'm starting to feel a bit tired and not so creative anymore. I don't want to destroy what I've got here. It's sounding really nice. But I'm going to let it loop a few times for you guys, for those who didn't catch the whole thing, because I was smashing space to restart the whole time. So, yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in. A special big thanks to all the super chatters, all the guys who donated super chats. You guys are freaking awesome, and I'll see you guys soon. I hope you have a awesome productive weekend, and don't watch too many of my videos. Go make some music. See you guys soon.
Like carved into your psyche. Become so like tight grooves. They're carved into your psyche. With tight grooves.